A stretch of ocean holds a secret that has haunted sailors for centuries. The surface of the Bermuda Triangle appears deceptively calm, a vast expanse of serene blue water under a quiet sky. Yet this tranquility masks a deadly reputation, a history of vanished ships and silent aircraft that simply disappeared without a trace. Tonight, we will pull back the veil on this enduring legend. You will discover the hidden truths and the tantalizing mythical possibilities behind these famous disappearances. We will explore the strange compass readings reported by Christopher Columbus and the chilling final words from a lost squadron of bombers. Wherever you are in the world right now, and whatever the hour might be, feel free to share your cozy listening spot in the comments. What is it about an unsolved mystery that captures our imagination so completely? This mysterious zone is not just a vague idea, but a clearly defined area on the map. Its official boundaries trace a rough triangle across the western Atlantic, connecting three distinct points. One vertex rests at the bustling port of Miami, Florida. From there, an invisible line stretches northeast to the isolated island of Bermuda, a place itself steeped in maritime lore. The final leg runs southeast to the tropical shores of Puerto Rico, completing a triangle that encompasses over 500,000 square miles of open ocean. At the heart of this immense territory lies the Sargasso Sea, a place unlike any other body of water on Earth. It is a sea without coasts, defined only by the swirling ocean currents that trap its waters. These currents create a strange and often windless environment where the surface can become as still as a pond. This immense calm is broken only by vast floating mats of Sargasso seaweed, a dense golden brown vegetation that can stretch for miles. For centuries, sailors have viewed this quiet sea with deep suspicion. Their wooden ships, reliant on the wind, could be trapped for days in the eerie silence. The seaweed would cling to their hulls, slowing their progress, and the stillness felt unnatural, almost menacing. It is easy to understand how ancient mariners, staring into those tangled, quiet waters, would whisper of monsters or supernatural forces holding them captive. Even Christopher Columbus himself, on his very first voyage to the New World, felt the strange touch of this place. His ship's log from the year 1492 records a baffling event. As his fleet sailed through the western part of the Sargasso Sea, their compasses began to behave erratically. The needle, which should have pointed faithfully to the North Star, wandered without explanation. Imagine the confusion and fear for those sailors, utterly dependent on the stars and a simple magnetic needle for direction, suddenly finding their most trusted guide had gone mad. Then, just a few nights later, Columbus and his crew saw something even more unsettling. A great ball of fire, a strange light, fell from the serene sky and plunged into the distant sea. In an age without airplanes or satellites, what could such a spectacle have been? To them, it was an omen, a sign from forces they could not comprehend. This pattern of the unexplained continued for centuries. The 19th century, in particular, produced some of the most haunting tales, stories that cemented the area's reputation for swallowing people whole. They often involved ghost ships, vessels found drifting silently and completely intact, but with their crews vanished into thin air. One of the most famous is the story of the Rosalie, a large French merchant ship discovered in 1840. She was found sailing with her sails still set, her cargo perfectly secure, and a caged canary as the only living soul on board. Every personal belonging was in place, yet not a single person remained. Where did everyone go? There was no sign of a struggle, no lifeboats missing, and no logical reason for the entire crew to simply abandon a perfectly sound ship in the middle of the ocean. Another chilling account is that of the Ellen Austin, an American schooner that, around 1881, encountered a phantom vessel. The ship was spotted drifting aimlessly, a beautiful and seemingly new ship with no one at its helm. The captain of the Ellen Austin sent a prize crew aboard to sail her to port. For 2 days, the ships sailed in company until a sudden fog bank separated them. When the fog cleared, the derelict ship was gone. It was found again days later, once again drifting silently, and once again, the prize crew sent to sail it had disappeared without a trace. These stories of fully provisioned, seaworthy ships found deserted by their crews created a blueprint for mystery. They set a terrifying precedent, suggesting that the ocean itself could erase human life while leaving all its works perfectly preserved, a silent witness to an unsolvable crime. But these ghost ships from the Age of Sail were only the beginning. The mystery reached a terrifying new level with the dawn of modern technology, when 5 military aircraft vanished in broad daylight. On December 5, 1945, 5 United States Navy Avenger torpedo bombers took off from the Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station on a routine training mission. It was a clear, beautiful afternoon, perfect flying weather. The squadron, known as Flight 19, was led by an experienced instructor, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, with a crew of 13 other aviators. The planned flight was a simple triangular route, a standard navigation exercise over the Atlantic. They were to fly east, then north, then turn back west to return to base. Everything proceeded normally for the first hour and a half. Then, the first confused radio transmission crackled through to the base. Lieutenant Taylor reported that his compasses were not working. He believed he was over the Florida Keys, but his flight time indicated he should have been far to the north. The control tower tried to establish their position, but the pilots were disoriented, their voices growing increasingly anxious. One of the student pilots was heard saying, "I do not know where we are. We must have got lost after that last turn." The weather, which had been clear, began to deteriorate as the afternoon wore on. The sun started to set, and the pilots reported seeing strange white waters and rough seas below, a sight that did not match any known location on their charts. They were flying over an ocean that looked alien to them. The radio transmissions became more fragmented and desperate. Lieutenant Taylor made a fateful decision. He ordered his squadron to fly east, convinced they would eventually reach the Florida coastline. In reality, this course was taking them deeper into the vast, empty Atlantic. His final haunting words captured by the radio were, "All planes close up tight. We will have to ditch unless landfall. When the first plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." After that, there was only silence. A massive search and rescue operation was launched immediately. Hundreds of ships and aircraft scoured the ocean for any sign of the 5 bombers and their 27 crewmen. Then the unthinkable happened. A Martin Mariner flying boat, a plane specifically designed for rescue missions with a crew of 13, was sent to join the search. After reporting its position just a short time after takeoff, the Mariner itself vanished completely without a single distress call. Not a single piece of wreckage from any of the 6 planes or the 39 men was ever definitively found. The official investigation could only conclude that the cause was unknown. The loss of Flight 19 and the rescue plane that followed it became the cornerstone of the Bermuda Triangle legend. Here was a mystery that could not be blamed on wooden ships or ancient superstitions. This was a modern technological failure on a massive scale, a chilling demonstration that even the most advanced equipment and trained pilots were not safe in those waters. The official investigation into the disappearance of Flight 19 pointed toward a tragic, yet seemingly straightforward, cause. Navy investigators concluded that Lieutenant Charles Taylor had simply become disoriented. He mistakenly believed his squadron was over the Florida Keys when they were actually far out in the Atlantic. His decision to fly east, thinking he was heading for the mainland, instead sent them on a hopeless course into the endless open ocean. The official verdict was pilot error, compounded by the failure of the squadron's compasses. This explanation, however, has never sat well with the public or with many investigators. How could 5 experienced aviators, flying in clear afternoon weather, all become so utterly lost that not a single one could correct their course? Why were no distress signals heard after a certain point? And why was no wreckage ever found in an era of extensive search operations? The very completeness of the disappearance defies the logic of a simple navigational mistake. This gap between the official conclusion and the sheer scale of the mystery opened the door for a flood of alternative theories, each attempting to explain what the official report could not. Some researchers point to the strange environmental conditions unique to the region. They suggest the pilots may have encountered sudden, violent microbursts of weather, powerful downdrafts that could have slammed the heavy Avengers into the sea before a single mayday call could be transmitted. Others propose a phenomenon known as rogue waves, colossal walls of water that can appear without warning and are capable of swallowing entire aircraft if they were flying low on fuel. Then there is the matter of the compasses. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north align, a line known as the agonic line. In the 1940s, navigators had to account for the variation between these two norths. If the pilots mistakenly thought their compasses were pointing to true north when they were not, their calculations would have been dangerously wrong. This magnetic anomaly could have sent them spiraling off course without them ever realizing it. Yet for every scientific theory, there is a more speculative one. Some suggest the squadron flew into a mysterious electronic fog, a bizarre atmospheric phenomenon that could scramble instruments and induce disorientation. The most famous fringe theory involves the lost continent of Atlantis, proposing that ancient, powerful energy crystals from the sunken civilization interfere with technology passing overhead. While these ideas capture the imagination, they lack any physical evidence. The enduring power of the Flight 19 story lies in this very conflict between the mundane and the magical. We are presented with an official story that feels insufficient, a puzzle with missing pieces, and our minds naturally rush to fill the void with possibilities far more extraordinary than simple human error. The TBM Avenger was not a flimsy aircraft. It was a rugged, powerful warplane built to withstand the brutal punishment of naval combat. With a wingspan of over 50 feet and a heavy torpedo-carrying fuselage, these machines were designed for one purpose: to deliver a devastating blow and survive the fight back to their aircraft carrier. They were known for their resilience, often returning to base riddled with bullet holes or with significant damage. This ruggedness makes their complete disappearance even more difficult to comprehend. In a conventional crash over water, even if the plane was utterly destroyed on impact, you would expect to find something. A slick of fuel would spread across the surface. Life rafts, if deployed, might drift for days. Pieces of the airframe, a floating seat cushion, or personal effects would eventually wash ashore. The sea is vast, but it is not a perfect void. It always gives up some evidence. For 5 of these massive aircraft to vanish, along with a 6th, the large Martin Mariner rescue plane, and leave not a single trace, defies all expectations. The Mariner itself was practically a flying boat, designed to land on water. Its disappearance is perhaps the most baffling of all. If it had suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure or explosion, the fireball would have been visible for miles, and a massive oil slick would have marked the spot. The official search covered hundreds of thousands of square miles with meticulous care. They found only an empty, calm ocean. This utter lack of physical evidence is the silence that screams. It transforms a tragic accident into an enduring enigma, forcing us to ask what kind of event does not just destroy, but utterly consumes 6 aircraft and 39 men without leaving a single clue behind. This pattern of inexplicable abandonment is not unique to the Bermuda Triangle. Across the Atlantic, another ghost ship story has haunted the public imagination for even longer, a tale that echoes the mysteries we have just explored. In December 1872, a vessel named the Mary Celeste was spotted drifting aimlessly between the Azores and Portugal. The ship was seaworthy, her sails partially set, and she was carrying a full 6 months' worth of food and water. Her cargo of industrial alcohol was almost entirely intact, yet the captain, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter, and the entire crew of 7 had vanished without a trace. There was no sign of a struggle, no damage to the ship, and the lifeboat was missing. The last log entry was mundane, noting nothing more alarming than routine weather. The story of the Mary Celeste became the archetype of the sea mystery, a blueprint for every ghost ship tale that would follow, including those from the Bermuda Triangle. Think of the Rosalie found with her sails set and a caged canary, or the Ellen Austen, whose prize crew disappeared twice. The parallels are undeniable. In each case, a perfectly sound vessel is found drifting, its cargo and personal belongings untouched, while the human beings on board are simply gone, erased from existence. What force could compel an entire crew to abandon a safe ship in the middle of the ocean, leaving behind all their possessions and any chance of survival? The official explanation for the Mary Celeste proposed a panicked, mistaken abandonment. Investigators guessed that fumes from the alcohol cargo may have leaked, leading the captain to fear an imminent explosion. He might have ordered everyone into the lifeboat tethered to the ship, only for the line to snap, leaving them adrift to perish in the open sea. This theory, much like the pilot error verdict for Flight 19, feels like an answer that raises more questions than it solves. Why would an experienced captain abandon a perfectly good ship for a tiny lifeboat based only on a suspicion? Why was no evidence of a leak or fire ever found? The enduring power of the Mary Celeste, and by extension the ghost ships of the Triangle, lies in this very gap. Our rational minds seek a logical cause, but the complete lack of evidence for any single theory creates a vacuum, a space where our imagination rushes in to fill the void with possibilities far more chilling than a simple accident. These stories tap into a primal fear, the terror of being utterly and inexplicably lost, of vanishing without a reason and without a trace, leaving behind only a silent, empty vessel to tell a story with no ending. The silence left by Flight 19 was a profound mystery, but it was not the first time the sea had swallowed an entire crew without a whisper. Decades earlier, the ocean claimed a loss so massive it remains unparalleled in its silence. In March 1918, the USS Cyclops, a 540-foot-long Navy collier, was sailing from Barbados to Baltimore. It was a behemoth of a ship, one of the largest fuel carriers in the Navy, carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore and 309 officers, crewmen, and passengers. The voyage was routine, the weather was fair, and the captain sent a handful of radio messages that gave no hint of trouble. The last transmission reported everything was fine. Then the Cyclops and every soul on board vanished from the face of the earth. No distress call was ever sent. No wreckage was ever spotted. Not a single life preserver or body was ever recovered. It was as if the colossal ship had been lifted from the ocean and erased. The subsequent naval investigation was exhaustive, but it could find no answers. The official report stated the disappearance of the Cyclops was one of the most baffling mysteries in the annals of the Navy. The loss of the ship and its 309 souls remains the single greatest non-combat loss of life in United States naval history. How does a vessel the size of a city block, packed with men and machinery, simply cease to exist? The sheer scale of this disappearance defies all logic. A ship that massive would leave an immense debris field if it sank due to a storm or an explosion, yet the ocean yielded nothing. The silence was absolute. This single event stands as a dark monument to the Triangle's enduring power, a mystery so complete it feels less like a tragedy and more like a magic trick performed by the sea itself, leaving behind only questions and a profound sense of awe. One of the most compelling scientific explanations for these sudden disappearances lies not in the sky, but deep beneath the waves, trapped in the ocean floor itself. Imagine vast fields of what looks like dirty ice, a frozen substance called methane hydrate, locked in sediment under immense pressure for millions of years. These are not solid blocks, but porous structures crammed with highly flammable methane gas. If the seafloor were to shift, perhaps from an underwater landslide or a small earthquake, this stability can shatter. The frozen cages melt, releasing the trapped gas in a catastrophic, explosive eruption. Enormous bubbles of methane, wider than a city block, rush toward the surface. When such a colossal bubble reaches the surface, it does something terrifying to the water itself. It transforms the dense, supportive ocean into a frothing, effervescent froth. Think of a ship floating in a giant, bubbling glass of soda. The water, now saturated with gas, loses a tremendous amount of its density. It can no longer provide the buoyancy the ship needs to stay afloat. The vessel's hull, designed to displace heavy water, suddenly finds itself in a liquid that offers almost no support. In an instant, the ship would lose all buoyancy and plummet straight to the bottom of the ocean. The entire process could be over in less than a minute, offering no time for a distress call and leaving no wreckage on the surface to mark the grave. This theory provides a chillingly plausible answer to the ghost ship mysteries. A ship caught in such a gas eruption would sink with such speed and finality that it would appear to have been simply erased from existence. its crew given no chance to react, no time to lower a lifeboat, vanishing as if the sea itself had opened up and swallowed them whole. Scientists have actually recreated this terrifying scenario in laboratory settings. Using scaled-down models of ships and tanks of water, researchers have released large plumes of compressed gas directly beneath the vessels. The results are startlingly consistent. As the massive bubbles rise, the water directly above them churns into a turbulent, low-density foam. The model ship, floating peacefully just moments before, suddenly tilts. Its bow or stern dips sharply into the frothing water, and in a matter of seconds, the entire vessel loses buoyancy and plunges straight down. It does not sink in the traditional sense. It is more like the ocean simply stops holding it up. Computer simulations take this further, modeling eruptions from the seafloor that release methane on a colossal scale. These digital recreations show bubbles hundreds of feet wide rising in a violent, chaotic column. Any ship caught in this erupting plume would be doomed instantly, dragged down by its own weight into the abyss before anyone could even reach for a radio. But is there any proof that such a catastrophic event has ever happened where it matters most, right in the heart of the Bermuda Triangle? The answer lies deep beneath the sediments. Geological surveys of the Blake Ridge, a massive underwater plateau located within the triangle's boundaries, have revealed startling evidence. Core samples extracted from the ocean floor show vast, chaotic zones where the sediment layers are not neat and orderly, but instead are jumbled and fractured. These are the scars of immense underwater landslides, likely triggered by the violent release of methane gas. In some areas, scientists have found enormous craters, giant pockmarks on the seafloor that stretch for miles. These are not impact craters from asteroids. They are believed to be the blowout sites of ancient methane eruptions, places where the seafloor literally exploded from the pressure of escaping gas. The evidence suggests that this region has experienced these apocalyptic events repeatedly throughout its geological history. The very ground beneath these waters is unstable, a sleeping giant that can awaken without warning. If a ship like the Cyclops, heavily laden with dense ore, had the misfortune of sailing directly over a blowout event, its fate would have been sealed in less time than it takes to send a distress signal. The sea would have turned to foam beneath its hull, and the massive collier, along with its 309 souls, would have been swallowed by the ocean in a single silent gulp. While the methane theory offers a physical explanation for ships vanishing, the sky above the triangle holds its own spectral threats. Aviators have reported encounters with a bizarre phenomenon that defies conventional meteorology, a strange mist that seems to swallow technology and time itself. One of the most compelling accounts comes from pilot Bruce Jernon, who experienced something extraordinary in December of 1970. Flying from the Bahamas to Florida in his small aircraft, Jernon noticed a strange lenticular cloud forming directly in his flight path. It was not like any cloud he had ever seen. As he approached, it began to rotate, unfurling like a giant, ethereal donut. With no way to avoid it, he flew directly into the center. Inside, his world transformed. The cloud tunnel was filled with a strange, phosphorescent gray-white haze, a fog that seemed to glow with its own internal light. Immediately, his electronic and magnetic compasses began to spin wildly. The storm scope, which detects lightning, showed activity all around them, yet outside the windows there was only a calm, eerie glow. But the most disorienting part was yet to come. According to Jernan, the tunnel seemed to be pulling his plane forward, accelerating it with an unseen force. His airspeed indicator showed he was flying far faster than his aircraft was capable of, yet he felt no sensation of speed. When he finally burst out of the cloud mere minutes later, he found himself not where he should have been, but already over the coast of Florida. His flight, which should have taken well over an hour, had apparently taken only a fraction of the time. He later dubbed this experience flying through electronic fog, a phenomenon he believes warps both space and time. Jernon's story suggests an unknown atmospheric or electromagnetic anomaly, a temporary rift in the fabric of reality that could explain how pilots become disoriented and how entire flights could vanish without a trace. Could such a fog have enveloped Flight 19, scrambling their instruments and severing their connection to the world they knew? That strange, disorienting fog Bruce Jernon described points to a very real and documented peculiarity of this region, a quirk of our planet that has been quietly steering travelers off course for centuries. The core of this navigational nightmare lies in the simple compass, a tool that has guided explorers for nearly 1,000 years. A compass needle does not actually point to the true North Pole, the fixed top of our world. Instead, it is drawn to the magnetic North Pole, a point that is constantly on the move, drifting slowly across the Canadian Arctic. The difference between these two poles, true north and magnetic north, is called magnetic variation. For a navigator, accounting for this variation is as fundamental as breathing. On a standard map, you would see lines, called isogonic lines, charting the difference in degrees across the entire globe. In most places, you simply add or subtract a certain number of degrees to correct your compass reading and find your true direction. But there is one special line, a single, precise path called the agonic line, where the magic happens. This is the line where magnetic north and true north are in perfect alignment. There is no variation. Your compass points directly to the true geographic North Pole. And this agonic line cuts directly through the heart of the Bermuda Triangle. For an experienced navigator, this should be a blessing, a place where calculations become simpler. But for the unprepared or for someone who is already confused, it can be a trap. Imagine a pilot like Lieutenant Charles Taylor from Flight 19, flying in the 1940s. His training would have drilled into him the need to constantly adjust for magnetic variation, a routine correction he would perform almost without thinking. If he believed he was over the Florida Keys, where the variation was significant, his mind would be automatically making those adjustments. But if his squadron had actually drifted north and was unknowingly crossing the agonic line within the triangle, his calculations would suddenly be wrong. The compass, which he trusted implicitly, would now be giving him a true reading, but his brain, conditioned to correct for an error that no longer existed, would lead him to believe he was somewhere he was not. It is a terrifying form of spatial deception. Every correction he made based on his flawed assumption would only compound the error, sending him spiraling further away from safety. This is not a supernatural force. It is a simple geographical fact that can turn a minor miscalculation into a fatal journey, especially when combined with a featureless seascape and the creeping anxiety of being lost. The ocean offers no landmarks, no street signs to confirm your position. When your most trusted instrument seems to betray you, and the world outside your window is an endless expanse of identical blue, that small scientific anomaly can become a sentence of doom. Another force of nature in these waters operates with a relentless, silent power. The Gulf Stream is not just a current, it is a colossal river flowing within the sea, warmer and swifter than the surrounding ocean. Born in the Gulf of Mexico, it pushes northward, a deep blue highway of water that can reach speeds of over 5 miles per hour. Its width is staggering, a channel of moving water that can be more than 50 miles across in some places. For a sailor or a pilot looking down, it appears as a distinct flowing border within the ocean itself. This immense natural conveyor belt is a permanent feature of the region, and it holds a terrifying key to the mystery of the vanished evidence. Imagine a ship suffering a catastrophic failure, perhaps from a rogue wave or a sudden storm. It sinks to the bottom, leaving behind a field of floating debris. In most parts of the ocean, that debris would linger, marking the site of the tragedy for days, allowing search parties to find it. But here, in the domain of the Gulf Stream, the rules change. The current acts like a colossal cleanup crew. It can seize that entire debris field and pull it apart, scattering flotsam across hundreds of miles of open Atlantic in a matter of hours. A life raft that might have held survivors could be swept away, carried northeast on a journey with no end. The wreckage is not destroyed, it is simply erased from the location of the disaster, making it nearly impossible for rescuers to pinpoint where the incident actually occurred. This explains why so many searches in the triangle have found nothing. They were looking for a static clue in a dynamic, flowing system. By the time aircraft arrived over the last known coordinates, the Gulf Stream had already done its work, carrying every piece of evidence far away, leaving behind an empty, innocent-looking sea. It is a natural force, not a supernatural one, that so effectively cleans the slate, transforming a tragic accident into an impenetrable mystery. Yet another sea monster is born from the very geography of the region, a phenomenon once dismissed as myth but now confirmed by science. These are rogue waves, solitary walls of water that rise without warning from an otherwise calm sea. For centuries, sailors who survived described them as sudden, towering cliffs of water, but their accounts were often met with skepticism. How could a 100-foot wave appear out of nowhere? Modern satellite data has since proven these monsters are terrifyingly real. Unlike a tsunami, which is a massive wave of energy moving through the entire water column, a rogue wave is a surface phenomenon, a single chaotic peak that forms and collapses with devastating speed. It is not part of a predictable storm surge. It is a freak event, a perfect and violent convergence of forces. The unique conditions of the Bermuda Triangle make it a perfect breeding ground for such anomalies. The powerful, warm flow of the Gulf Stream collides with colder, opposing currents coming from the north. When these vast rivers of water meet, their energy does not simply cancel out. Instead, it can stack up, combining in chaotic ways. Swells from a distant storm can travel for hundreds of miles and intersect at just the right or wrong moment with these clashing currents. Think of it like this. If you were crossing a busy street and several waves of people suddenly arrived from different directions at the same intersection, you would be caught in a chaotic crush. In the ocean, that crush is made of water, and the result is a monstrous peak that can tower over everything around it. For any vessel caught in its path, the event is apocalyptic. A ship does not ride over a 100-foot wave. The wall of water is often too steep and too fast. The ship is either lifted to a dizzying height and then plunged into the trough behind it, breaking its back from the stress, or it is struck broadside by the liquid avalanche and capsized instantly. The entire ordeal could be over in less than a minute, offering no time for a distress call and leaving behind only scattered wreckage for the Gulf Stream to swiftly carry away. Perhaps the most unsettling truth is also the most human. For all the talk of methane bubbles and magnetic anomalies, the most consistent factor in these mysteries remains ourselves. The Bermuda Triangle is not some remote, untraveled wilderness. It is one of the most heavily trafficked corridors for ships and aircraft in the entire world. Major shipping lanes from Europe and the Americas converge here. Pleasure yachts sail from Florida to the Bahamas, massive cargo vessels steam toward the Gulf of Mexico, and private planes buzz constantly between islands and the mainland. With such a high volume of traffic, statistically, some accidents are inevitable. The real question is not why accidents happen, but why they seem so mysterious when they do. The answer lies in how the environment conspires with our own limitations. Consider the sheer, monotonous vastness of the open ocean. For hours on end, a pilot or sailor sees nothing but a flat blue disk meeting an empty sky. There are no landmarks, no roads, no signs. this sensory deprivation can lead to a dangerous form of fatigue, where attention wavers and judgment slows. A minor navigational error, a misread chart, or a simple miscalculation of fuel that would be quickly corrected on land can, in this void, become a death sentence. There is no margin for error when the only thing surrounding you for hundreds of miles is water. Think of the pressure on a single individual, like the captain of a ship or the pilot of an aircraft. They are responsible for every soul on board. In an era before GPS, when navigation relied on stars, compasses, and dead reckoning, the mental load was immense. A moment of confusion, a misremembered correction, or a stubborn insistence on a flawed course could set a vessel on a path to oblivion. The ocean does not care about your experience or your training. It simply waits, patient and immense, for you to make a mistake, and when you do, it offers no second chances. The very featurelessness that makes a small error so catastrophic is also what erases the evidence. A plane that runs out of fuel and ditches in the sea will sink in minutes. A ship that founders in a sudden storm leaves behind a debris field that is swiftly scattered by the relentless Gulf Stream. By the time anyone realizes they are missing, the sea has already smoothed over the scene, leaving behind a perfect, impenetrable silence. This is not a supernatural force at work. It is the brutal, efficient logic of nature meeting the inherent fragility of human endeavor. The legend of the Bermuda Triangle endures because we struggle to accept that the vast, indifferent sea can so completely erase our presence. We search for monsters and mysteries when the truth may be that the most powerful force in the triangle is the combination of a simple human mistake and an ocean that never gives up its dead. But what if the entire foundation of the legend rests on a statistical illusion? The stories are chilling, the mysteries are compelling, but a simple question remains. Does the Bermuda Triangle actually claim more ships and planes than any other stretch of ocean? The answer, according to the organizations that track global shipping and insurance losses, is a definitive no. The United States Coast Guard has stated unequivocally that they do not recognize the Bermuda Triangle as a geographic area with any special hazard. In their analysis, the combination of environmental forces and the high volume of traffic in the region fully accounts for the number of incidents reported. The real anomaly is not the number of disappearances, but our intense focus on them. The world's most famous maritime insurer, Lloyd's of London, which bases its entire business on calculating risk, does not charge higher premiums for vessels sailing through the triangle. Their vast databases of losses show that this area is statistically no more dangerous than other heavily traveled sea routes, like the North Sea or the waters off Japan. The legend has simply collected a series of tragic but unconnected events and woven them into a single terrifying narrative. Our minds are pattern-seeking machines. We are hardwired to connect dots even when no real connection exists. A ship disappears off Florida, another is found abandoned near Bermuda, a plane vanishes near Puerto Rico. We draw a line between these points and see a shape, a triangle of doom. But if you were to draw similar shapes around other busy shipping lanes, you would find similar clusters of accidents. The difference is we do not give those areas a name and a mythology. We do not write books and make documentaries about the Dragon's Triangle south of Japan, even though it has its own share of mysterious losses. The legend of the Bermuda Triangle persists not because the data supports it, but because the stories are just too good to let go. They tap into our deepest fears of the unknown, of being erased without reason in a vast, indifferent sea. We are drawn to the idea of a place where the normal rules of physics and logic break down because it is far more thrilling than the mundane truth. The ocean is, and always has been, an inherently dangerous place. A simple engine failure, a sudden squall, or a single human miscalculation can lead to catastrophe anywhere on the planet. The real mystery, then, may not be why things disappear in the Bermuda Triangle, but why we are so determined to believe it is anything other than the sea itself, immense, powerful, and unforgiving as it has always been. The truth, however, was not enough to stop the story. While statisticians and scientists quietly debunked the pattern, a different force was about to launch the legend into the stratosphere. The 1970s arrived, and with them came a perfect storm of public fascination with the paranormal. It was an era of big ideas and even bigger hair, where people were hungry for mysteries that science could not easily explain. Into this cultural void stepped a man named Charles Berlitz. His 1974 book, The Bermuda Triangle, became an international phenomenon, selling millions of copies and translated into dozens of languages. Berlitz did not present a dry analysis of shipping lanes. He wove a tapestry of pure wonder and dread, connecting disparate disappearances with tales of alien abductions, time warps, and the lost technology of Atlantis. His book was not an investigation, it was a thriller, and it convinced a generation that the Triangle was a genuine portal to the unknown. The book's massive success created a tidal wave of demand for more. Magazine publishers rushed to fill their pages with sensational cover stories, each one more outlandish than the last. Weekly news and publications competed with lurid headlines about vanishing yachts and phantom aircraft, often embellishing the facts to create a more chilling narrative. They presented the legend not as a question, but as an established, terrifying fact. The real ignition point, however, was television. A new wave of documentary-style shows, eager for captivating content, brought the mystery directly into living rooms across America and the world. They used dramatic reenactments, ominous voiceovers, and spooky music to transform statistical anomalies into a coherent and menacing threat. Viewers did not just read about Flight 19. They saw actors portraying the frantic pilots, heard the crackle of their final desperate radio calls, and watched model ships get swallowed by swirling vortexes. This visual and emotional storytelling was incredibly powerful. It bypassed the logical part of the brain and spoke directly to the subconscious fear of the unknown. The legend was no longer a collection of old sailors' tales. It was a spectacle. Hollywood soon followed, churning out a series of B-movies that took the core premise and ran with it into the realm of pure science fiction. These films featured everything from malevolent alien forces to ancient curses, cementing the image of the triangle as a place where the laws of physics were merely suggestions. This created a powerful feedback loop. A television show would feature a story from Berlitz's book, which would boost book sales, which would inspire a new magazine article, which would then be cited as a source for another television special. The cycle fed itself, growing stronger with each revolution. The myth became more real than the reality, a self-perpetuating story so deeply embedded in our collective consciousness that the simple, tragic truth of ships lost at sea could no longer compete. We wanted the monster, and the media, in all its forms, was happy to give it to us. Charles Berlitz did not just write a book. He built a myth, brick by speculative brick, and sold it to a world hungry for wonder. His 1974 blockbuster, The Bermuda Triangle, became a cultural detonator, transforming a scattering of maritime tragedies into a single terrifying conspiracy. Berlitz possessed a powerful tool, a gift for language inherited from his family, the founders of the famous Berlitz language schools. He used this skill not to clarify, but to mystify. He took the dry facts of official reports and spun them into gold, connecting dots that no scientist would ever dare to link. His central, captivating theory proposed that the lost continent of Atlantis lay submerged beneath the triangle's waters. He suggested that the ancient Atlanteans possessed a technology far beyond our own, powered by mysterious energy crystals that still lay active on the ocean floor. These crystals, he argued, periodically surged with power, disrupting magnetic fields, disabling engines, and even opening portals in time and space. This single, elegant idea seemed to explain everything. It accounted for the compass failures, the electronic fog, and the complete vanishings. Why was no wreckage ever found? The crystals had vaporized it or transported it to another dimension. Why did crews disappear? They were abducted by Atlanteans or extraterrestrials drawn to the power source. Berlitz wove in the growing public fascination with unidentified flying objects, suggesting that the strange lights reported by Columbus and modern pilots were not natural phenomena, but alien visitors monitoring this ancient power grid. His book was a masterclass in narrative seduction. He presented speculation as investigation and possibility as proof. He cherry-picked the most baffling cases, from the Cyclops to Flight 19, and stripped them of their mundane, probable explanations. The U.S. Navy's verdict of pilot error was framed as a cover-up. The lack of physical evidence was presented not as a problem for his theory, but as confirmation of it. The public devoured it. The book sold millions of copies, was translated into over 30 languages, and sat on nightstands around the globe. People did not just read it, they believed it. Berlitz had given them something far more satisfying than statistical probability. He gave them a story, a modern-day fairy tale with a dark and thrilling edge. He packaged fear and wonder into a perfect commercial product, and in doing so, he permanently tattooed the legend of the Bermuda Triangle onto the modern mind. Yet the sea does not keep all its secrets forever. While myths were being woven on the surface, a quiet revolution was happening in the depths below. Modern marine archaeologists, armed with technology far beyond the dreams of Charles Berlitz, began to methodically search the seafloor for answers. Their tools are not for speculating about energy crystals, but for finding cold, hard facts. They use advanced side-scan sonar, which paints a detailed photographic image of the seabed, revealing every contour and anomaly across vast, dark stretches of ocean. When a promising target appears, they send down remotely operated vehicles, robotic submersibles equipped with powerful lights and high-definition cameras, to get a clear look at what has been hidden for decades or even centuries. And what they are finding, wreck by wreck, is a powerful antidote to the legend. The broken remains of ships once listed as mysteriously vanished are being identified, and their final moments are no longer a matter of speculation. They tell a clear and often brutal story of the sea's ordinary power. The stories of these discoveries are perhaps the most compelling evidence against a supernatural triangle. Take, for example, the case of the USS Cotopaxi, a cargo ship that left Charleston, South Carolina, in 1925 and disappeared without a trace en route to Havana. For decades, its fate was a staple of triangle lore, a ghost ship swallowed by unknown forces. Then, in 2020, marine explorers confirmed the identity of a wreck off the coast of Florida. It was the Cotopaxi. The ship's final resting place and its condition told a simple, tragic tale. It had not been vaporized or pulled into another dimension. It had been overcome by a massive storm, taking all hands to the bottom where it has lain ever since. Similarly, the wreck of the Pylos, a Greek freighter that vanished in 1928, was discovered in 2019. The evidence was unmistakable. The ship had suffered a catastrophic explosion, likely in its boiler room, tearing the vessel in two before it sank. There was no mystery, only the sudden, violent reality of a mechanical failure in an unforgiving environment. Even the iconic Flight 19 has not been entirely forgotten by science. Several expeditions have searched for the 5 Avengers, and while they have not yet been found, explorers have discovered the wreckage of many other lost aircraft from the same era on the seabed. Each one rests in a logical state, shattered by impact or corroded by time, their positions explained by flight paths and the known patterns of ocean currents. Every identified wreck is a piece of the puzzle, and the picture they are forming is not one of cosmic mystery, but of human fallibility meeting natural disaster. The ocean floor within the triangle is becoming a museum of maritime tragedy, each exhibit silently testifying to the real dangers of storms, explosions, and structural failure. These are the ghosts that archaeology is finally laying to rest, not with speculation, but with the silent, undeniable evidence of steel and wood. The most seductive of all the Bermuda Triangle theories does not involve gas or rogue waves, but a lost empire. This idea proposes that the triangle's waters are not merely deep, but sacred, resting directly atop the ruins of the fabled continent of Atlantis. According to the legend, the Atlanteans were not a primitive people. They possessed a civilization of breathtaking advancement, powered not by fossil fuels, but by the mysterious energy of massive crystals. These crystals, some as large as skyscrapers, were said to channel the Earth's own natural forces, providing light, power, and stability to the entire continent. When Atlantis allegedly sank in a single day and night of catastrophe, these powerful energy sources did not simply shut off. They settled onto the seafloor, buried under tons of sediment, where they continue to function, or perhaps malfunction, to this very day. Imagine these ancient power cells lying dormant for thousands of years, still holding a tremendous charge. The theory suggests they occasionally pulse with energy, sending out powerful waves of electromagnetic force that surge upward through the water and into the atmosphere. To a ship or plane passing overhead, this surge would be catastrophic. It would be like flying into an invisible, planetary-scale electrical storm. A ship's electronic systems would flicker and die. Its compass would spin wildly, rendered useless by the localized magnetic chaos. An aircraft's ignition systems could short out, causing its engines to simply stop. This single, elegant idea seems to explain the very heart of the triangle's mystery. It accounts for the sudden, silent instrument failures reported by so many pilots and sailors. It provides a reason why a perfectly sound vessel might be instantly disabled, offering no time for a distress call. The crew of a ship would be utterly baffled as their world went dark and silent, their technology rendered prehistoric in an instant. This theory even offers an explanation for the complete lack of wreckage. Perhaps the energy emitted by the crystals is so intense it can vaporize metal and flesh, disintegrating everything it touches. Or maybe it opens temporary rifts in space-time, pulling objects into another dimension, leaving our reality completely untouched. It is a story that satisfies our craving for a grand, unified explanation, one that connects ancient myth to modern mystery. It transforms the Atlantic seafloor from a simple graveyard into a haunted technological ruin, a place where the ghost of a superior civilization still reaches out with a dangerous, forgotten power. The legend of Atlantis found its most influential modern prophet not in an archaeologist, but in a sleeping mystic from Kentucky. Edgar Cayce, known as the Sleeping Prophet, would enter trance-like states and deliver thousands of readings on topics from health to history, and his visions of Atlantis were remarkably detailed. He described a sophisticated civilization that harnessed a powerful energy source he called the Firestone, a gigantic crystalline structure that provided light, power, and propulsion for their entire society. According to Cayce, this great crystal was tuned to the very energy of the earth, but it was misused, leading to the cataclysmic destruction that sent Atlantis beneath the waves in 3 separate stages. His prophecies did not end with the past, however. He made a startling prediction that a portion of the lost continent, specifically a hall of records containing the wisdom of the Atlanteans, would begin to rise from the ocean near the island of Bimini in the Bahamas sometime around the years 1968 or 1969. This specific prediction ignited the imaginations of his countless followers when a mysterious man-made looking formation of large rectangular stones was discovered off the coast of Bimini in 1968, known as the Bimini Road. It was seen as a miraculous fulfillment of his prophecy. His followers immediately connected this to the strange events in the surrounding waters. They proposed that the dormant energy fields of Atlantis, perhaps emanating from this very hall of records or from the shattered remnants of the Firestone, were the true cause of the Bermuda Triangle's phenomena. The erratic compass readings, the sudden engine failures, the strange electronic fogs, all of it could be explained by the periodic surges of this ancient slumbering power. In this view, the triangle is not a random zone of danger, but a specific sacred site. The disappearances are not tragic accidents, but the side effects of a powerful, unseen technology slowly reactivating after millennia of silence. It transforms the ocean from a graveyard into a temple, and every vanished ship becomes a potential sacrifice to a reawakening god from a forgotten age. Another layer of the legend points not to the ocean floor, but to the stars above. The idea that the Bermuda Triangle is a hotspot for extraterrestrial activity has captivated the public imagination for decades. This theory proposes that the frequent disappearances are not accidents at all, but deliberate abductions. In this narrative, the triangle serves as a hidden base for unidentified flying objects, a submerged harbor for alien visitors, or even a stable gateway to another dimension. These otherworldly travelers are said to use this portal to pluck ships and planes from our reality for reasons beyond our understanding, perhaps for scientific study or simply as a matter of routine observation. The sheer number of reported UFO sightings in the region adds fuel to this speculative fire. pilots and sailors have long described strange, unexplained lights performing impossible aerial maneuvers, silent crafts that hover and then vanish at incredible speeds. These are not the fuzzy, distant dots of light often dismissed as planets or weather balloons. These are close encounters with structured objects that defy the known laws of physics. Imagine being a sailor on a quiet, moonless night, watching a silent, glowing craft descend from the clouds and skim the surface of the water before disappearing beneath the waves. What would you think for those who believe this explains the ultimate mystery, the complete and total vanishings? A vessel is not sinking, it is being taken, lifted from the sea or the air by a technology so advanced it seems like magic. The lack of wreckage, the absence of distress calls, the crews that vanish without a trace, all of it fits a chilling new pattern. The ocean does not swallow them, a higher power collects them. This theory transforms the triangle from a natural hazard into a cosmic fishing pond, and we are the fish, unaware of the anglers above. Why would an advanced civilization need to hide a base here? Proponents suggest the remote deep waters provide perfect secrecy. The constant traffic of ships and planes offers a ready supply of specimens for examination. The very magnetic anomalies that confuse our instruments might be a side effect of their powerful propulsion systems or the dimensional rift they use for travel. It is a story that answers our deepest question, not with a natural disaster, but with an intelligent, purposeful force. It replaces the terror of random chance with the awe of a deliberate, if inscrutable, cosmic plan. Perhaps the most mind-bending explanation suggests the triangle does not destroy anything at all, but simply transports it. This theory proposes the existence of temporary, unstable vortices, rips in the very fabric of space-time itself. Imagine our reality as a vast, calm lake. Now picture a place where the surface of that lake grows thin, where a sudden, powerful current can punch a hole through to the water below, or to another lake entirely. According to this idea, the Bermuda Triangle is one of those thin places. A ship or plane passing through such a vortex would not crash. It would be instantly translated, pulled out of our timeline, and deposited into another era or a parallel dimension. This would explain the ultimate mystery, the absolute lack of any physical evidence. The objects do not leave wreckage because they never actually sank. They simply left. Their molecules were rearranged, their coordinates in the universe recalculated in an instant. One moment, a pilot is flying through a strange, glowing fog, and the next, he is looking at a coastline from 1,000,000 years in the past, or a version of Earth where history unfolded differently. His radio signals cannot reach us because they are broadcasting into the void of another reality. His fuel gauge is meaningless in a world with different physical constants. This theory turns the triangle from a graveyard into a cosmic railway station, a place of departure with no return tickets. The crews of the ghost ships did not drown. They stepped out of our story entirely, becoming permanent passengers in a journey without end. This web of theories would soon entangle another infamous naval legend, one that seemed to confirm the wildest possibilities of electromagnetic chaos. In the summer of 1943, the U.S. Navy destroyer escort, the USS Eldridge, was reportedly docked at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. According to the legend, the military was conducting a top-secret experiment, code-named Project Rainbow. The goal was not just stealth, but something straight out of science fiction. Using powerful electromagnetic fields generated by massive Tesla coils, scientists hoped to render the entire warship invisible to enemy radar. The story goes that when they flipped the switch, the experiment succeeded beyond their wildest and most terrifying dreams. The Eldridge did not merely become invisible on radar screens. It vanished completely from sight, enveloped in a greenish fog, only to reappear moments later. But the success came at a horrific cost. Crew members were said to have been fused with the ship's metal hull, driven insane, or suffering from severe nausea and disorientation. The most chilling part of the tale suggests the ship was not just made invisible, but was teleported. It allegedly dematerialized from Philadelphia and rematerialized hundreds of miles away at the naval base in Norfolk, Virginia, for a few minutes before blinking back to its original dock. This story, now known as the Philadelphia Experiment, created a perfect bridge to the Bermuda Triangle mysteries. Both legends revolve around powerful, misunderstood electromagnetic forces causing ships to vanish and reappear. Both involve crews experiencing extreme disorientation and lost time. The idea that the U.S. Navy might have accidentally unlocked the secret to teleportation in 1943 offered a tantalizing, man-made explanation for the natural disappearances in the triangle. If such technology existed, even as an unstable experiment, what other rips in reality might it have caused? Perhaps the strange electronic fog described by pilots was a lingering side effect of these tests, a tear in the fabric of space that never fully healed. The Philadelphia experiment provided a technological myth to complement the ancient one of Atlantis, suggesting that humanity itself might be responsible for prying open a door we were never meant to see, let alone step through. Before we had rogue waves or methane bubbles, we had monsters. The ancient maps marking the edges of the known world were often decorated with terrifying illustrations, great sea serpents coiling around doomed ships and the many tentacled kraken rising from the Inkai depths. For generations of sailors, these were not mere fairy tales. They were genuine explanations for the terrifying and unexplainable forces of the deep ocean. When a ship vanished without a trace, or a lone survivor spoke of a leviathan rising from the calm sea, it was the kraken they blamed. This legendary beast was said to be so vast that its body could be mistaken for an island, and its long, powerful arms could wrap around the hull of a galleon and pull it down into the abyss in moments. The crew would have no time to react, no chance to launch a lifeboat. One moment they were sailing on a quiet sea, and the next they were being dragged into the darkness by a force beyond comprehension. It is no great leap to see how these ancient fears found a new home in the modern era. When a massive modern ship like the Cyclops disappears, leaving no debris and no survivors, the old stories echo in our minds. Our rational brains may seek scientific answers, but a deeper, more primal part wonders if the legends were right all along. Could the triangle be the lair of a creature so immense and so clever that it has evaded all detection, a living explanation for the silent, complete vanishings that technology cannot explain? The giant squid, once the stuff of myth, is now a confirmed denizen of the deep, a creature that can grow to astounding sizes. While it is not a ship-sinking monster, its real-life existence fuels the imagination. What other, even larger predators might lurk in the unexplored trenches beneath the triangle's waters? The idea of a surviving prehistoric reptile, a plesios, or like sea serpent patrolling the deep, is a thrillingly dark answer to the mystery. It connects our most ancient maritime fears directly to our modern ones, suggesting that the real monster in the triangle is not a force of nature, but nature itself, in a form we thought we had left behind in the age of legends. Anxiety is a powerful lens, one that can distort the most ordinary events into something sinister. For a sailor or pilot navigating the Bermuda Triangle, the weight of its legend is a silent passenger on every journey. This is not just superstition, it is a psychological phenomenon with real-world consequences. The moment you cross that invisible boundary, your perception shifts. A routine instrument flicker is no longer a minor glitch. It becomes the first sign of a mysterious force. The normal groaning of a ship's hull in the waves sounds like a premonition. This heightened state of alertness is fueled by a deep-seated fear of the unknown, a fear that the triangle's stories have carefully cultivated for generations. Your brain, primed for danger, begins to connect dots that do not exist, transforming a simple voyage into a potential confrontation with the inexplicable. This is the power of suggestion in its most potent form. Simply knowing you are in a place famous for vanishings can make you see threats in every shadow and every unexplained sound. A sudden patch of fog is not just weather, it is the infamous electronic fog. A compass needle that trembles slightly is not a minor calibration issue. It is proof that the very laws of magnetism are breaking down around you. The legend itself becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, where normal, manageable events are reinterpreted as evidence of the paranormal. This is compounded by a cognitive bias known as confirmation bias. Once you believe the triangle is a place of mystery, you unconsciously seek out and remember every little thing that seems strange, while ignoring or downplaying the hundreds of normal, uneventful moments that make up the bulk of the journey. You forget the 6 hours of perfect sailing and fixate on the 2 minutes when the radio crackled with static. This selective memory reinforces the myth, not just for the individual, but for the entire culture surrounding the triangle. Every new report of a strange light or a temporary instrument failure adds another layer to the legend, making the next traveler that much more apprehensive. The real danger in these waters may not be a supernatural force, but the very human tendency to find patterns in chaos, and to see monsters in the mist when all that is really there is our own reflection, staring back at us from the deep. Yet the world of global commerce, which operates on cold, hard data and calculated risk, tells a very different story. Insurance underwriters at Lloyd's of London are not swayed by sensational stories or ancient myths. Their business is built on one fundamental principle, accurately assessing the probability of a loss. They analyze decades of shipping data, weather patterns, incident reports, and vessel traffic from every corner of the globe. If the Bermuda Triangle were truly a statistical anomaly, a place of heightened supernatural danger, their actuarial tables would scream it. The premiums for ships and cargo passing through that area would be significantly higher than for other major shipping lanes. But they are not. Lloyd's of London, the world's foremost maritime insurer, does not charge a special premium for voyages through the Triangle. In their vast data-driven view of the world's oceans, this area registers as just another busy stretch of water. The routes from Europe to the Panama Canal, the paths through the South China Sea, the journeys across the North Atlantic, all carry similar levels of risk based on traffic density and environmental factors. The insurance industry's silence on the matter is perhaps the most powerful debunking of all. They are not investing in research into methane bubbles or Atlantean crystals because their loss records do not justify it. For them, the real hazards are the ones we can measure and predict: sudden North Atlantic storms, the potential for human error in crowded sea lanes, or the mechanical failure of an aging freighter. The legend holds no financial weight. A ship's captain, responsible for a multi-million-dollar vessel and the lives of his crew, is not avoiding the triangle. He is following the same efficient, established routes that have been used for centuries, guided by modern weather routing and global positioning systems, confident in the knowledge that the sea, while always powerful, is not mysteriously malevolent in this one particular spot. The ocean's dangers are distributed evenly across its vast surface, and the most practical people in the world, those who bet their money on its safety, have effectively voted with their ledgers. The ocean's greatest mystery may have been solved not by a scientist, but by a constellation of satellites. For centuries, the terror of the Bermuda Triangle was rooted in a simple human problem: getting lost. Early sailors relied on the stars and a magnetic compass, tools that could be deceived by the region's unique magnetic fields or obscured by sudden storms. Pilots in the 1940s navigated by radio beams and dead reckoning, a method of calculating position based on speed and time, which left immense room for error over a featureless sea. One small miscalculation, one misread chart, and a vessel could wander hundreds of miles off course into the empty vastness of the Atlantic, its fate sealed by a simple navigational mistake. The legend was built on this foundation of disorientation, but then a technological revolution quietly changed the rules of the game. The Global Positioning System, or GPS, transformed navigation from an art into a precise science. This network of satellites does not care about magnetic variation or stormy weather. It provides a constant, real-time pinpoint of a ship or plane's exact location on the planet, accurate to within a few feet. A captain is no longer guessing his position based on the stars or a wobbly compass needle. He can look at a screen and see a digital icon representing his vessel, its course plotted with absolute certainty. For a pilot, the guesswork is gone. He knows his latitude and longitude, his speed, and his exact heading at every second of the flight. This single advancement has effectively erased the primary danger that created the triangle's fearsome reputation. The environment did not change, but our ability to understand and navigate it was perfected. A ship cannot become a ghost ship if its crew always knows precisely where they are. A flight cannot vanish without a trace if its transponder is constantly broadcasting its identity and position to air traffic control across the globe. The ocean has not become less powerful, but we have become infinitely harder to lose upon it. This explains the noticeable decline in so-called mysterious incidents since GPS became widely available in the 1990s. The disappearances did not stop because the triangle's mythical powers were switched off. They stopped because we finally learned how to see. The data may have spoken, but our hearts were not listening. We have mapped the ocean floor and triangulated our position from space, yet the legend of the Bermuda Triangle endures, not in the shipping lanes, but in our collective imagination. This persistence reveals something fundamental about us. In a world increasingly explained by data and governed by algorithms, we crave a corner of the map that remains blank, a place where the unknown still holds sway. The cold, statistical truth of maritime insurance is no match for the warmth of a campfire story, for the thrill of a mystery that modern science cannot completely box up and label. We are storytelling creatures, and a tale of vanishing ships and phantom aircraft speaks to a deeper part of us than a graph of shipping losses ever could. It offers a sense of wonder, a touch of the sublime that defies the mundane explanations of our daily lives. Think of the difference between two endings. One states that a ship sank in a storm, a tragic but ordinary event. The other suggests it was pulled into a vortex or abducted by forces beyond our understanding. Which story captures your attention? Which one lingers in your mind long after the facts have faded? The legend persists because it is a better story. It transforms the vast, indifferent ocean into a character, a conscious, enigmatic force that chooses its victims. This narrative gives meaning to random tragedy, replacing the terrifying chaos of bad luck with a structured, if frightening, mythology. It allows us to believe that there is still magic in the world, that not everything can be measured and predicted. The Bermuda Triangle is our modern-day dragon on the map, a symbol that the age of discovery is not over, that mystery still laps at the shores of our understanding. We do not keep the legend alive because we believe it is true in a factual sense, but because we need it to be true in a spiritual one. It is a testament to our endless capacity for wonder, a shared dream of an adventure that lies just beyond the horizon, waiting in the quiet blue waters of the unknown. So we are left with a choice between two very different truths. One is written in the cold, hard data of ship logs and insurance records, a world of rogue waves, navigational errors, and the relentless sweep of the Gulf Stream. The other lives in the warm glow of our imagination, a realm of ancient crystals and phantom fogs. The sea itself does not play favorites. It is a powerful, indifferent force, and the tragedies that occur within the triangle are the same that happen in every ocean on Earth. They are explained by the brutal physics of nature and the simple, heartbreaking reality of human mistake. Yet we cling to the legend. We prefer the story where the sea is not just powerful, but purposeful, where a disappearance is not a random accident, but an entry into a grander, more mysterious narrative. This enduring power is not a failure of our logic, but a triumph of our spirit. It is proof that we still have room for wonder, that we still look at a map and see not just lines and coordinates, but possibilities. The real mystery of the Bermuda Triangle was never in the water. It was always in us. Now we want to hear from you. What is your own personal theory about the triangle's greatest vanishings? Which story from its long history captivates you the most? Share your thoughts and favorite tales in the comments below. And if you enjoy exploring the world's great mysteries, be sure to subscribe for more mythical sleep stories. you.